Just get a song.
Check. What's up, guys? We're going to get going in about 10 minutes. If you have not signed up on the list, please come back to see over here. This gentleman on the left. Matt, Jake, and Soap. So comfortable, and come on in about 5 minutes to get seat. It's been a while! Yes. It's the ball dropped the ball on Hey, it's going well, man. How are you? Nice to see you as well. So I guess we're gonna have a profile. I don't know. Have you not signed up on it? No, I didn't know. I just where you can join. I can tell you get you registered, so it's hard to say. Email. Your coffee gets the spot. So keep that coffee hot. I love your coffee. So keep that coffee hot.
This last week right now, I was listening to your stream the other day. I was like, "Fucking stop lighting!" Like, I was really jamming that
This is really cool. I wish you showed more for something. A good time. It's all right, awesome. That's really cool. Thank you.
How's this? Is that camera? It's right up here.
Are we supposed to like do one song or anything? Or just do
Okay, awesome. Thank you. This is all set, Mark. I'll put on session music.
Stuff like coming down flying high, looks like Gary
Oh, David. He's my invisible buddy. So that's just going to be my new mascot. We're just trying to do it. I'm going to start my own
Sure. Hey guys, welcome to Producers Social. We're gonna get this shit going right now. Check, check. We'll give these guys at the bar a few seconds. Cool. No, we're good? Cool. What's up, guys? My name's Mark. Welcome to Producers Social. If this is your first time, welcome. Thanks for coming out. I'll give you a quick rundown of what we do here. Basically, just come on up here, load up your track, get on the mic, introduce yourself, talk about your track, talk about what kind of feedback you're looking for, if anything specific, or if you're just looking for general feedback. You're gonna play your tune. After the tune's done, we'll open up the floor to discussion, feedback, what people feel about the tune. We're going to give each person about 10 minutes, that's including with the track. So if you're playing like a super long tune and you want a lot of feedback, you might want to end the tune a little bit early. Usually it doesn't take that long, so it's not a big deal. It's just trying to see if we get everybody through the list. I'm going to start the night off. I've been working on a project with our good friend Star Fox, who is on his way, but he's not here yet, so I'm just going to play it without him. It still needs to be mixed and mastered pretty badly. I listened to this before I got here, and it's not as crispy as I wanted it to be. But I'm looking for more maybe structure and basically general feedback on it. And that's it. Thanks. Hey, Steven, you want to get over there? Oh. Cool.
I don't think
it's counting up.
Oh.
That's about it. Thank you. A little different than what we usually do, so. Thank
All
you.
the spacey, tricky noises in between is just perfect.
Awesome.
Only thing about the structure in the beginning, I feel like it dropped a little quicker than I wanted it to. Like the buildup was awesome, and if you maybe would have prolonged it, or even that first time when the bass hits and there's still that sample that you're playing behind it, it sounds awesome. But I would play with like maybe eliminating the bass and bringing it in that second time as soon as the sample started.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking that too. It does come in really fast. We had an intro, and the track was at like 6 minutes, so we tried cutting the intro, but you might be right.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll play it. Yeah, fucking badass. Kind of like an old school kind of glitch monkey kind of vibe too. You know what I mean? I felt like the structure, but it starts off cool, but then when you go back into like the verse after the little granular part, you're kind of expecting something different. So it's kind of like to get to this drop, it's like over here, which you have the build up for the other granular part. This is sooner. You know what I mean?
So that might be a good way to cut some time out of it.
Yeah.
Add an intro, cut out maybe the middle part.
Yeah, just like granular build and then that drop, and then maybe add something else later to kind of
Gotcha.
it. So,
Awesome.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like the vibe is super tight. Like the vibe is like on point for sure. And like just to kind of like add to what these guys were saying, like I agree with that. I think the general thing is like just create differences. Like it seems like you have a lot going on through the whole thing. If you just like create some spells and like build ups and stuff, like and when the drop came in, I heard the bass that I just heard prior, like the verse right before it. So if you take that out of the verse, it's gonna have more impact.
Gotcha.
Coming into the build up to the drop.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, totally. Good thing?
Yeah, I don't know your music a lot, but I know Kevin's. I can hear like a strong.
A strong influence, Kevin. Yeah, totally. He made all those blips and bloops.
Yeah.
I did all the bass line, the wave drums,
Yeah, dude.
and like kind of the synth lines, and he did all that shit.
Yeah.
The Kevin shit.
Yeah, I was loving the bass. I think the only thing for me is like I felt like the vocals sat back a little far in the
Yeah.
mix, and
Yeah.
I like kind of wanted to hear them a little bit more clear.
Yeah, they were washed out, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, you have to like play with both and make it sound good. So yeah. I don't know.
Cool. Awesome.
I fucking love that. The number one thing that really stuck out to me was when the second drop happened, the sound of the bass was exactly the same, and I wanted some kind of alteration to it. So maybe add some kind of weird distortion to it with like the lowest amount of it. Maybe get like some mid-range, whatever weird shit in there, just so you can get that second drop to pop off.
Yeah,
And
a
then
little more mid-range.
Then when you get the halfway in that second drop, you can bring it back to the original bass sound that it was.
Cool.
Kind of just carry itself into.
Awesome. You have something?
Yeah, I really feel that mid-range aspects of it. Their bass, like their bass sounds are, they seem full, but then I don't know. I am missing something right there. That's very much.
Yeah, it feels like
It's
this.
either it's like high end or it's bass and low end.
Yeah, I think it's a low end. Kevin like rearranged the studio a little bit and turned the subway down. And we were trying to work on that. And
That's good.
yeah, I think it definitely needs some a little more like super low end, you know, like the 30 hertz.
But I agree with you, right?
Cool. A little too repetitive in the middle. Cool. Awesome. Anyone else? Awesome. Thank you guys. We got XLJ service.
Oh, the mob is playing bar.
Oh, yeah, quick shameless plug. I'm playing tomorrow night at Mr. Asteroid and Earthquakes event. Bob Trotter, Somatos, No Illusion, Namu, Mr. Otto, Telek, a bunch of awesome people live painting. Grab a flyer, come check it out. Talk to us about it.
What's up, guys? So this track is a little different for me. It's a different style, and just would love to get your feedback. I think it needs some mix work still. So here we go. Thank you. So, any thoughts? Yeah.
First of all, like as far as like I really dig that old school trancey kind of vibe, you know what I mean? As far as like frequencies, I think there's like some resonant frequency that's kind of like popping out a little too much as far as like other sidechain things.
With the bass or something else?
Oh, it's one of the pads.
Okay.
Where like I don't know what it is, like 500 hertz kind of just looking through, you know? There's a as far as structure, I felt like the
it starts to get trancy, like really trancy the build up. It starts to do the little plucks and shit. I felt like that could have been elongated so that we kind of like we build the momentum of the chorus a little too soon. Question: are you putting vocalists on it?
No, I wasn't sure. I kind of like the simplicity of it, but open to doing something more.
I was thinking in contrast to the simplicity, like some kind of like counterpoint, kind of like lead thing that like goes in and out as if it's a vocal to kind of break up. 'Cause I like the melodies and shit, but they're very like.
Right.
So maybe something to kind of offset that, to kind of float over everything during the hook, you know.
Okay.
And then the last thing is, as far as the structure, I think that like the end is like a look too many. I think. So
Yeah,
it needs
it goes
to-
on a little bit.
Yeah, just kind of cut it like right there. Probably.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah.
Definitely what you just said. There was that one time near the end of the track where it literally felt like it was going to end, and then you pumped it back in there. To me, it doesn't need to be gone.
Yeah.
You can establish that.
Yep.
The other thing, and I'm just being nitpicky as far as drum sounds.
No, please do.
I would use a different type of cymbal when you're doing downbeat crashes because you're using the same cymbal. And there are times when it's going da da, and it's the same exact sound, so there isn't as much contrast when you're changing to the next section or the next idea that you're doing. And the other thing that I felt is, I don't want you to overkill it, but I didn't feel any like rising type of ideas or wishy kind of sounds or
There's almost no sound design.
yeah, none of that was in there, and I felt like it might be necessary to put it in there just to fill in some of these transitions, like some just long reverb decay sounds, like when you're breaking it down, it just goes.
Cool.
Sometimes when it goes to those transitions, it just goes there, and there's not enough oomph for me to feel like this is significant. It was just like, you know what I'm saying?
I totally do, because normally in my music I put in tons of sound design stuff and I go like way overboard. So this was like a challenge to keep it super simple, but like finding the balance between
Right.
that.
I'd say just use a little bit of it, just be minimal about it.
Right.
But like it needs that because I feel like it's too flat.
Mm. Dave?
Yeah, going off that is that like being nitpicky about your sound design doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a sound design piece. I think in general the sounds that you're using can use a little bit more like attention to it, and just like each individual thing have a little more variance or a little more something happening in it. Just sound design. Like,
Right.
You know, it's like just things that are modulating over time and little bits of it.
Sure.
I think you can use a little more of that, but yeah, I agree with.
Cool.
Yeah, it definitely had like a solid groove to it. I really like the word and the floor kind of stuff. I think this one could really benefit from some kind of breakdown, something in the middle there, or some kind of like big like swoosh stretch where everything kind of gets dribbled and comes back in. It was going on a little long for me.
Yeah, I get a little tired of the same beat.
I think if you did some kind of down or something where it just kind of that beat just kind of dissolved into something else and then came back later, could really
Okay. Yeah, I'll consider doing something like that. Sure. Thank you.
I really liked the progression you used. I get in my head a lot, that progression. But whenever you do the low pass filter, and then it goes into kind of your like build to the next part, I think you should just take the drums out as soon as you start doing the low pass filter, because then you kind of bring that whistle with it, and I think it'll give you that nice long kind of build into it and make people want the drums back. And then once you finally like hit it at that point, then everybody's going to be really digging the drums. The little parts that you're kind of doing the little like progression like fills and stuff, I feel like they get a little repetitive, so maybe like some glitching there or something, like a little bit multi or something.
A little more variation.
Just a little more variation, just kind of make it a little bit more mixy. And then like that little kind of last part before that last drop you do or that last beat there, I feel like it kind of gets into that like my 8-bit playful kind of vibe. It'd be cool if it's like a little bit more playful and like less serious at that point.
Okay.
It just kind of like more kind of baby sound. But
Awesome. Okay. Definitely great feedback. Well, I'm gonna over time, so I'm gonna you guys have any more feedback. Thank you.
Next we have the New Mayans here. New Mayans? Are they here? New Mayans. They're not here yet. We'll put them.
Somewhere else. You're right.
I just wanted to see you walk up here to us.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome, newbies. You guys know who you are. What's up, peeps? I go by Ed808. And just wanted to let you guys know I'm doing a little self-promotion. There's a desert gathering happening September 30th through October 2nd. It's 2 hours away from LA. So it's close, and we got a lot of PS social peeps going to be playing that weekend. Okay, so I finished this track not too long ago, and the track's called Feeling, and I did it with 2 other friends of mine, and I just wanted to see it's mastered, the tone of it's there. I wanted to keep the tension feeling, and it's focused on breakbeat and bass. So I just like to hear you guys' feedback on what kind of vibe you get from it. Okay? Thank you, guys.
Nice. My favorite tribute. I really love that. It's the atmosphere is everything stuff. One big thing though is I think your balance of your high end is like gets a little. I mean, it gets harsh.
Okay.
It's like at this volume and stuff, but if you play this on a really loud system too, like it would really come out. Your snare drum may just EQ it, and your cymbals.
Okay.
I think in general your high end, all across the board.
Yeah.
Little.
I've been dealing a lot with harsh frequencies right now, trying to get them to sit right, you know? And I think just from the mastering point, it's that's why I'm trying to just, I guess I'm just hitting a
Do
wall
it
right now.
before mastering. Do it in mixing and sample choice.
Try just taking a shelf and bringing it down,
Okay.
like 10K.
There's also a lot of room in the mid-range. Like if you wanted to add in some like busy basses or something, even light. It sounds like something light would be appropriate.
Okay.
But like there's a lot of room in there that might make the high harsh frequencies sound less harsh if you fill up that mid-range.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of going on what you said too, like there, in the mid-range, I feel like there could be, like, because there's a lot of drawn out elements. But I feel like you could benefit from like some kind of lower kind of mid-range, kind of like staccato kind of things a little bit to kind of break up the like ambience. But the ambience is a great feel, you know? That was fucking awesome, man.
Thank you.
So, hell yeah.
That was fucking sick. Are you trying to have your kick be that high? Because
I'm just trying to make it punchy because I'm trying to make kind of like the dubstep feel. There's minimal, but then adding the break.
okay, it is punchy. The only thing is when the super bassy parts happen, you should maybe try to have it like duck with the kick, bass duck with kick, or like bring up the low end of the kick.
Yeah, I started doing kind of like automating the sidechain to master with the kick when the kick and the snare. So I might try that.
Okay. And have you ever heard of More Sounds?
No.
It sounds just like a dude. I love More Sounds. All in word More Sounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think possibly you could put that, your kick could potentially be jumper with a real kick sound. To the point where every time it hits, it ducks everything else out that's actually there. But it's not really, to me, that's not really a big deal. One thing that did stick out to me, there's one synth that's just doing this delay, like, da, 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 da.
Yeah.
I don't even think it really needed to be there. I think it was just, to me, I thought it was a little distracting. Because when I first heard it, I thought it came in too early. I thought it came in the very beginning of the song that came out, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be hearing that in the entire track. And then I didn't hear it until like 2 minutes later in the track. So I would maybe even just wait to emphasize that sound second half through and like do stuff to it to embellish some of the other ideas that you're doing. And nitpicky drum stuff. I'd like to hear you curve your 3-hit bass sounds instead of going da 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 like da da. You kind of like rise it up a little bit because I feel like because that kick is so heavy, it doesn't need every single kick's impact to be there for every single little hit that you're doing. Okay. So like little fill things that you're doing, like maybe like mess with the curve or the velocity a little bit, just to like give it some realism to it instead of it just going da 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 like straight up.
So more the velocity being lower.
Either velocity or if it's audio, just put a curve on it. So instead of it just going da da da, just make it go da 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 da. And I feel like it will. I think it will help the atmosphere of the song that's going on. Because fucking everything else that you're doing in that song is crazy.
Thanks.
Sweet. Now with your minds.
Should I describe a bit of the background?
Yeah.
So this next track, I'm Swiggy from New Minds, and this track is called Entrance Music. It's finished, it's complete, been mastered, recorded it in the now defunct Magic Shop in Soho, New York. Worked with Mario McNulty, who's worked with David Bowie, Prince, Nine Inch Nails, producing. And so it's done. I need people to remix it in order for to do the. I'm gonna do like an MP3 thing where you do all the remixes with the single. So anyway, here's the track. Entrance Music.
open up the door to feedback. You were just looking for remixes.
Yeah, just looking for remixes, yeah, I mean, I'm always open to suggestions yeah.
I know it's not the kind of feedback you said you were looking for, but it seemed a little short. It was, first off, it was fucking amazing.
Thanks.
But right after the saxophone thing, I almost wanted there to be like a bar or two of silence, and then kick back in with the chorus on the outside.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I almost wanted to go on for.
So like it's part of a double album. It's more like rock stuff, and so this is like the one electronic track on the album. Everything's done analog, very minimal. I mean, only the software user interface. There's a Lin drum, Moog Voyager, Jupiter 8, and then that's real saxophone.
Like gorillas.
Yeah. So like the idea was kind of going to an underground party, which entrance music, right? So yeah, I mean, like you can always make a song longer. So I mean, it's where somebody wants to listen to it again.
Yeah, that fits in fucking trailer, movie. It fits in any of those like marketable places for that song, and it's fucking amazing. I think you have a really good mix there. The one thing that stood out to me was when I heard those claps. They were the most abrupt thing that I heard out of the entire track. Everything else was clean, but those claps stood out to me a little bit too much. Either dial them down or use a different clap sound to just blend it together with the song. Other than that, that fucking shit should be sold.
Thanks, man.
That shit like these claps.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say it was a little loud for me, but maybe my ears. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be the could be a mix, could be a system. I don't know.
Yeah. But I love the like break spot vibe, like the super sick, dude.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't DJ or do any play on synthesizer.
Yeah,
That's
sick, dude.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people here like that. There's not a lot of DJs in this. It's a lot of
Well, it's just everybody gets so in the box, and if you have the bandwidth to do something out of box, it really makes you think about writing differently, and that's what I really like about not doing that. So it makes me focus on the song. Just did I EQ it correctly? Is it correct in my mind? So sometimes it's good to step away, but also you being able to hone in. It's the other half of the equation, right? So, but anyway, if anybody's interested in doing remixes, just have me on Facebook. Newminds.com is get messages through there too.
So is that track already released then?
No, it's unreleased.
Okay.
There's also a music video that we've recorded. So I'm looking for a couple of people to do remixes, and that way I can just put a big promotion behind it. So it's the plan. So anyway, any takers? Yeah.
One more question.
Yeah.
Are you looking for a certain style of remix?
Yeah. So the remix is really more about just promotion. I mean, it's really just about trying to get it out there. So if you're an active DJ, it's gonna be on the floor. That's kind of the idea. So it's just about right. So
Something dancing.
yeah, and it's something different too. So I mean, it's got ever since Drive came out, it really obviously influenced by it. But Giorgio Moroder, French house, I guess. So that's kind of started to I guess come back in some ways. So yeah. So that's the idea. Yeah. Cool.
Awesome.
Well, thanks, guys.
Awesome. We got Mojay. And on deck, we got Lightwork.
Hey guys. So I'm Jordan. I started producing back in May. I've been teaching for a couple years. So I guess what the feedback that I'm looking for is basically hey, how fast you kind of do this. Been making music for a long time. This is my first trip into the electronic scene. This project that I've been working on with my friend, who's a video artist, is kind of like this video music collab. Like I started like the first track, kind of more scoring it to the video that he had made, and then it kind of morphed into like more of a collab. He was feeding off me, and then the second track was kind of a response to the first one. So I don't think I have enough time to play both, but that one's a lot more cinematic, and then this one's a little bit trappier, a little hip hoppy. I don't actually know. Oh shit.
He's just going to throw in my computer because it doesn't read waves. We have an awesome announcement. We have a new event starting, a monthly event called the Producers Brunch, starting October 2nd, right?
Right.
October 2nd. It's going to be at Sash Headquarters, Stefan Jacobs in our studio. It's going to be like a 6-hour podcast. Everyone's welcome. We have brunch, mimosas, food, and open decks. And we're just going to be broadcasting from like 11 to probably like 6, depending on how good the party is. First come, first serve, open deck spaces. If you want to come down and perform, we're going to really heavily promote it and hopefully start like a new like boiler type thing. Smoke some weed, drink some fucking mimosas, and eat some bacon. So y'all are invited. Keep your eye open. We're going to send out invites tomorrow.
How regularly is this?
Once a month.
What like the?
A Sunday usually. We haven't figured that out yet. It might just be a random thing because we're all super busy. So when it works out, we're gonna try to do hopefully the first Sunday, but it's not. That's just tentative right now. So the first one is October 2nd. Yeah, put it in your calendars. It's gonna be a fun little party. His spot, if you haven't been there, it's really awesome. It's really nice, open. You're short with that, so it's cool.
Yeah, I love it. Same thing. I listened to it earlier today, and I didn't get back to you. Sorry. Hearing it again, the same thing. It's short.
Yeah.
It's really short.
So just reference for that too. I'm working within a time frame for like this whole EP thing, and I'm gonna try and push him to make it longer.
I would push it because it gets me in a trance when it's over, and everything's great. It's just if you can put the length a little bit, maybe have an extended version. I don't know what it's better, but I think it's really cool.
Thanks, man.
Loved it. Only note is the flute on one part sounded a little hot. That flute part.
Yeah. The resonance is weird. I was trying to figure out how to fix that.
And not the whole thing. Not at the end. It was just like one, like that middle part where it's like a higher trilly note. It was a little harsh in the ears, but the rest of it sounded okay. It was just that one, like that resonance it was making. And
yes, it's like annoying. Yeah, I know. Especially on laptop speakers, it sounds really bad. Yeah.
Really fucking cool. I liked how organic it was, you know what I mean? Especially with the beats and shit.
Thanks.
And that little bloopy shit, whatever the fuck that was. That was cool. But I felt like certain elements could be like tied together, especially towards the beginning with like, maybe something drumming. You kind of get into that. Drops out, which is cool. Maybe with the video, it makes more sense. But I kind of felt like it drops out sometimes, Could be tied together somehow. And also, the melodies are badass. But I feel like they could also be like glitched a little bit or something. You got the fills melodically, but some kind of rhythmic differentiation kind of like offset it a little bit, But they're still fresh. Like,
Cool.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome track. That was fun. But that intro sound and this drop, that main synth that you have, that really high one, I would maybe put a low filter on it and keep it on it until it drops. And just like bring it up to about maybe just 80%.
That's what I did, but it got that like weird resonance thing. I think I might need to use a different filter. Like,
yeah. Do you use I don't know. SH has a good filters, and G has another one.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. I just like wanted to be surprised with it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, thanks, man.
So after the first chorus, there's a few thing going on that's going a little off. So that like delays away, and there's just sort of a little build up, and then there's 4 bars of space between where that finishes and the percussion comes in.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of getting drifted away right there, and then you drift away again, and it's sort of awkward. I think you can just skip those 4 bars and go straight to where the percussion comes back in.
In the second drop or the first?
After the first chorus, the first drop.
Okay.
So the flute sort of delays away, and there's this sort of little, it drifts you away into a sort of breakdown.
Yeah.
And then you have 4 bars that go on before your percussion comes back, and so there's just 4 bars done. Like you can just skip that 4 bars and go straight to your percussion.
Okay.
Just because you've already been faded away with the delays of the flute.
Yeah.
So you don't need to fade away again. Just come back.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Just textual idea. It might not even fucking work. It might work. But you had these bells, the little like Indian bells things that you had.
Yeah.
There's having it move a little bit, just so like it kind of goes, because your ambience of your sound is so good that when that comes in, it just feels sharp. It feels like it's forcing itself to be present. So I feel like if you like do this weird like automated filtering thing in it, so it doesn't pierce out all the time, like each note, maybe it kind of comes in and out a little bit. Just
Okay.
a little duck in and duck out.
Okay.
That could,
On the last part.
yeah, where those bells come, where you're like, dun,
Okay.
dun, dun,
Yeah, there's like
dun.
a filter on it that's going in and out, but it's really mellow. Like I don't know.
Try it. Not something that takes things out and moves it around.
Okay.
Instead of like the actual bypassing or low pass or high pass idea.
Cool.
One thing I was going to say is it's like could just be up to personal preference, but I would revisit the kick and snare sample to sounded a little bit too like not professional enough, I guess. Like the kick sounded just kind of like default, like Ableton or something. But like that could just be up to me too. I'd like to hear the track a little bit more because the tune sounded so like future, but those two samples sound a little bit like lo-fi, which again is probably so. Yeah.
I'll get you.
I can do one more. It's fine.
Yeah.
First off, I loved it. I loved the groove of it. My only nitpick would be the intro, the hats. I didn't feel like they really needed to be there because you have a very spacious, kind of mysterious kind of sound, and I feel like the intro would fit the rest of the song better if those hats weren't there to kind of keep it open and kind of like, you know. But
Yeah. I'll play around with that. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Up next, we got light work and then fingernails on deck. Okay. We have several. Compilation. New Producers Social compilation coming out. Deadline is November 1st-ish. If you guys let it's fine. The thing about this compilation, it has to be a collaboration with another Producers Social person. So, buddy up. Couple people, throw together a tune, get it to us. We'll be distributing it. The album should come out probably late December, early January. So if you're interested, just hit us up. We're gonna be posting more stuff about that as well. Thanks.
So I'm gonna play a couple of tracks here, just a couple of snippets. Just looking for like, just like what you like think about it, like feel, and then just general feedback. Yeah.
My wish for you is that you had a never-ending series of
So that was the first one. Any feedback on that? What's that? Okay, for sure.
Yeah, that sounded big as fuck when it hit.
Yeah, I tried focusing a lot on, because bass should always be in the center. I always had a problem with bass, so it's like, it's just like a lot of saturation, cueing, and stuff like that.
Can you use distortion?
Sure. Cool. Okay. Here's
I especially love the drop in the second one. I really like that vibe. Like it came kind of out of nowhere for me, but it sounded really bad. I don't know. I didn't even have anything to say about it. It was fucking sick.
It's awesome. It's awesome. I don't have any things about that. In that song though, in particular, I wanted that first round to go a little longer, just a little bit, like an extra time through, because I feel like it was just too quick to start building into that new idea, especially when you're going to be speeding up into a new tempo like that. And with that in mind, going to the whole tempo speeding up thing, when you actually hit the downbeat, it kind of just whooshed right into it. There was no like significant like. There was nothing like that. It just kind of just whooshed. So like go into that. I would say go into that project and find things to subtract there when it gets closer to the end. So then that drop actually smacks really hard. Because that to me that was the number one thing that kind of was just like I agree. Cool. Other than that, fucking awesome.
Yeah. As far as the awesome things, like your sounds are there. You know, it's full as fuck. Like the parts are awesome. I used to do this too, so I understand. Like, it kind of like some stuff is like a little too long, some stuff is a little too quick, and you have to like take pieces from certain things. Like, for example, that build, like have it just the pads and like filter it in, and then all of a sudden put some snares. Just make your shit a little more fucking progressive, you know. And like for example, the second. Like you do your hubs 8 or whatever, or 16, whatever the fuck it is. So just like the first one, have like it's like that shit, put it in the second part, so the listeners kind of like, but we're expecting it to go up, but because you already put everything in the beginning, this should be kind of spread out, you know. So just kind of work on the progressions, as far as like the elements, and then your shit's gonna be fucking solid. So, yeah.
Too much space.
Too much space.
No, I'm just kidding. It was great. It sounded really clean and it was really good. So
awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. You got 3 minutes.
Well, I originally wanted to play 4, but do it real quick.
Why are they so short?
I'm just kind of showing like snippets to you guys.
See, he's smart.
Yeah, we decided with 10 minutes, you guys can kind of do whatever you want. We were limiting it to one song before, but there's a lot of people who've been requesting to just play parts of songs to get parts, and we figure if you have 10 minutes, you can use those 10 minutes as whatever way you want. So if you guys do have
tracks that you're just looking for like general suggestions on a specific part, feel free to do that. It's a new thing since last month, since we started the timer thing and everything. So.
Just one more, because show you guys real quick, and then this is a bootleg I did for the new Zach De La Rocha song that just came out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you guys haven't heard it.
Awesome. Yeah, if you guys have feedback from, just give it to them on the side in person. Oh, thanks for the fingernails. You guys haven't heard that Zach De La Rocha? I just it came out of nowhere. I just stumbled upon it on SoundCloud. I haven't even heard it yet, and it's fucking amazing. This Zach is more amazing though.
All right, hey everyone, I'm Zach. I go by Fingernails. First off, shout out to 808 for letting me remix this track of his. It's called The Calm. Some self-promotion since we've been doing that tonight. I'm also playing Fire Tribe in a couple weeks, so if you want to see me throw down a bunch of hardcore and psytrance and gabber bullshit in the desert, you should come out. So the past few months, I've really just been experimenting and pushing myself outside my comfort zone and just trying things the complete opposite way that I would normally do them. And I've had some interesting results, and this is one of them, I think, and I hope you enjoy it.
We
Yeah, that sounds really great, man. Only thing I would say is that that snare, I don't know if it's like maybe louder or just some more distortion or something to just make it pop out more particularly.
Are you talking in the house part?
Like in the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was part of the loop, but there's not really much I can do with that.
Add another snare.
Take the, be more meticulous about it. Take that thing, that little snare hit, put it in its own channel and mix it separately.
Okay.
You can't fix the loop. I never say that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say a couple things like as far as like kind of like for the drums, kind of because you dropped them out at one point during the breakdown thing, but kind of to tastefully add dynamics between the breakbeat and the house part, kind of drop them out a little bit more, especially the kick, to get more emphasis on the spaces in between.
All right.
And also like the wobbles and shit, fucking badass. But I would say like sometimes I feel like the frequencies kind of like when you do one sound, that like doing the like toward the end, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was kind of overlapping with the wobble. Not that it really fights it much, but I felt like each sound, if you chop one when the other played, you know what I mean, like right when it starts, you know what I mean, like that, then I felt like it would stand out a little more. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah.
Dude, that was awesome, dude. Super dope.
Thank you.
Was it a Hammond?
What's that?
The organ was it Hammond?
I don't know. It's most of this, everything except for one sound was from stems that I just chopped up and rearranged. And
it was awesome, but I thought it was kind of a little busy though. Maybe like side chaining or something. Like
okay.
Longer, like block notes.
All right. Yeah.
I love how it is so far. The only thing I would say is maybe since it's a little dry, added like doing some cool stuff with reverb to samples here and there.
Yeah, I wanted to keep it mostly dry.
Okay, then you got it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. Thank you.
Up next, we got Bass Cradle, and then Villains on deck.
What's up, guys? Bass Cradle. But real quick, just to let you guys know, October 15th, I am hosting a cabin party event in Idlewild Mountains in a cabin. And it's fucking awesome. Last time was Off the Hook, Starbucks playing, I'm hoping Zimbu will show up. And I'm hoping for Dream Life and Firefly over here. But maybe the Moth, I don't know, who knows? So, yeah. Add me on Facebook, Bass Cradle, or Eric Dean, Eric, A-R-I-K, Dean. Probably find me, and I'll invite you, or message me, and you'll be invited. So come to a fucking party in a big ass cabin with hula dancers and live painting and shit like that. Alright. As far as my song goes, this is a remix. You'll all know it, what it's a remix of. So I'll let that be a surprise. All right, the first time it drops, it goes into like a kind of a dark house kind of thing. I'm mostly like, I focus on dubstep. Second drop is going to be dubstep, but I would like some criticism on the housey part. It's like, because I'm not used to it, and I'd like to know. I've been getting into like raw tech and stuff like that lately, some jungle house. So let me know about that. The mix is weird. Transients might be a little too high, but as far as that goes, enjoy it.
Yeah, I felt like the vocals weren't even necessary, honestly, man. Like, I think they kind of clutter it up in the beginning, but only in certain parts. They add dramatic effect, like the build and shit, when you go up with it and like band thing. Like, that's cool, you know?
Okay.
But I would say you don't even, like, the first verse or whatever, just cut that shit out and let the fucking beat play, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, and like, maybe edit instead of the last part was a little extra, but it's trippy as fuck, you know? So, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
I actually really like the vocals a lot. I think if you continue to pitch it up and keep like letting the pitch go up before the next part would be really fucking cool. And then just like the chorus is kind of like on the 1 and it should be like, I feel like it should go to 3 and like it should be just a little bit later. So like that when you swing and then like catch it with the vocal and then I kind of like let them hit the bass first and then get the vocal a little bit later. I think that'd be a little bit cooler. But the rest of it I fucking love.
You mean like in the like intro kind of part, or like when the housey kind of part?
When the vocal hits like the chorus of the vocal, like
okay.
You know, so whatever it starts like I got broads in Atlanta,
yeah,
like that, you should let it drop and then hit on the next downbeat. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I see. Okay.
I got broads in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Instead of that, like on the
So like on the yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
I would say cut the house part in half, maybe.
Okay.
Like shorten it a little bit.
Too long.
It's too long. It's not exactly house. It's like so fast. It kind of sounds like a long build-up, but it's super cool.
Okay.
And you can dance to it and stuff. But I would say like maybe try shortening it. You know?
All right. See that? Like
when he was talking about the house thing, he's kind of got a point. It's not really a house track, so you should utilize it more as like kind of like the build. Because my idea that I had in my head was like the first 4 bars it's house, and then you do halftime. And then you do house, then you do halftime. So you go and you like build it up, and then you do the halftime thing, and then you build it up again with the house thing, and then you kind of do like the trade off. You know, trading force kind of thing. Because then that will help you develop into this last idea that you're doing, which is all straight halftime, which is all just super wet and nasty. Okay. The other thing that I thought about was, you have these synths, these like these square kind of stabby synths. They're a little too punchy to my ears.
The like droppy kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like just a little bit of it should just get cut out because I
they're
feel
a
like
little loud.
it's kind of fighting with all the other shit that's happening. I cut just a little bit of it off, some of it, but it's not in the way from everything else that's important.
Okay. Yeah.
Other than that, that's all I
totally agree. All right. Cool.
Personally, I fucking love the housey bit, just because I like double time. But and I like the way you skate through styles. But when you do get to that last bit, where it's just kind of dubstep for the rest of the time, since you did switch in the beginning, like more minimal part, I'd say if you did want to keep the housey bit, make like a double time bit in the dubstep part, just so you can kind of like write it a little bit more and have it
Just
have
kinda
the
bring
last
it back.
Yeah, because since you switch parts kind of quick in the beginning, when it comes to the dubstep part, it kind of lasts. It kind of starts to get a little repetitive after a while. Even though it's awesome. And if you want to just kind of keep the energy going, you could kick it up to halftime. Kick it up to double time again. Okay. But again, that's just sort of that's just something you could do.
All right, cool. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Jared, highs were a little hot in the beginning.
Okay.
And also that's like a little wood blocky thing you use in your halftime drop at the end. Also coming a little hot.
Okay.
So I thought it was dope.
Yeah.
Cool. Very, very cool.
All right. Thank you. Well, I think that's Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Up now we got Dylan. Captain party. You should have done captain party. I'm gonna do my best if I'm not working for you. I didn't even know that. I did not. I'm going to do some more promotion. I'm actually throwing a festival at the end of November, private, invite only, in Joshua Tree on this awesome ranch. It's the weekend after Thanksgiving. It's called Leftover. Everybody's bringing their Thanksgiving leftovers, and we're going to have a fucking huge ass feast. We're trying to get up to 200 people. I'm looking for a lineup. Producers Social people will take first precedent on that lineup. So if you guys are interested in playing a really fun party out in the desert, come talk to me.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name's Ryan. This is Dave. We're villains. Good to see you all. So, kind of a lot of stuff we've been messing with recently has kind of been sort of aggressive styles of EDM. I really enjoy kind of messing around with glitches and dubstep and sort of just a general sort of aggressive vibe. So that's going to be kind of what you're hearing here. Thanks. Yes. Right there.
Okay. Awesome fucking track.
Thank you.
That was sick. Very in your face dubstep, almost bro steppy.
Oh yes.
So the end of first drop thing, when it goes into that bassy part where it's like kind of decaying out, you know.
Yep.
When it's that buildup of the synth, like what.
Right.
I would almost put a high filter on it, a gradual high filter, so that it's like what, and then it like exits the bass, like, and then maybe just on that last hit before the bassy part happens, just prolong that synth, just
for sure.
You know, just to make it flow into it.
Yeah.
Also, I would put a lot more bass on the whole track.
Cool. More so.
While trying to keep the synths prominent.
For sure.
Which
Great.
the synths are perfect. Everything's perfect, just more bass.
For sure.
Dude, so let me get this straight. You're a jazz guitar player.
That's right.
You made this track.
Yes, I did.
You give me hope, dude. As well. Okay, this is awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I felt like the kick got a little lost in the first couple hits of the choruses and the drops, because especially since you're using the kick for the build-up too. Like I got to hear the full kick of what it sounds like without anything else.
That's true.
And then when the drop comes, the kick's not kicking me quite right.
Yeah.
So maybe cut a little of the lows of the kick during the build-up, or have an impact, or you keep the kids a little.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was gonna say the same thing about the snare. I'm kind of like, I love snare in general,
For
but
sure.
just a bit like, I think if you just made it louder in general, it might get a little bit fatiguing, but if you like EQ'd out stuff like sidechain somewhere around like 200 hertz or something, it might let it just do that, you know,
Carve it out a little
bit better.
Yeah, yeah.
There's this awesome EQ I found where it's like dynamic, so it's kind of like it's sidechains only what frequency you put it on. It's called TDR Nova. You should check it out.
I
Which is
will.
perfect for stuff like that.
TDR Nova. Cool. Thanks, man.
The high end, in my opinion, felt a little peaky to my ears.
Yeah.
And especially the hi-hats that you're using are like very harsh and sibilant.
Yeah.
So maybe around the 4K to 7K range, take a look at that and see how it's hitting your ears. Maybe trim it just a tad.
Definitely.
The energy of the track's great. The structure is good. Overall, though, it was pushed me back from the speakers where I was almost not enjoying it as much.
Yeah.
I would rather the sounds entice me to like lean forward a little bit.
Definitely. It's a fine
Push
line.
that in your mix and EQ.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Thank you.
The only thing is the very, very end. Like
It just drops away.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a dip. You know, I wouldn't say it's quite finished in the
That's what I
real sense, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe just a big impact or like some delay there.
Yeah, or something more interesting. I totally agree.
Yeah. Can we get like a bass house VIP or something?
Sure. Yeah, man. Definitely.
That would be sick.
Yeah, that would be great. We're always looking to collab and, you know, whatever, you know, we're just trying to network a little bit. We've been to Producers Social in the past. It's been a while, so it's good.
Yeah,
to be
about
back.
a year.
Yeah. So thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pull that shit out. Josh River and then slip cell on deck.
What's up, guys? I'm Josh Robin.
Yeah, I had to mess one name up tonight.
Yeah, so for this track, right now it's an instrumental. I originally had the idea to put vocals on it, but then when I tried to figure out what, I couldn't figure it out. So you guys, I just want to know if it even needs vocals, and if so, if you guys have anything in mind of what kind of vocal, male, female, any style. And also like in the sub bass region, if it knocks enough. Yeah.
No vocals, please. No vocals. All right. And dude, you're bringing M-Talk back. Did you use M-Talk? Massive? No?
Actually, that was, you're talking about the lead and the drop. That's actually exhale. That's actually a new plug.
Sounds just like M-Talk.
Yeah, that was badass. I really don't have much criticism. I could honestly see R&B vocal still bring that. Actually, you know, something kind of smooth, kind of light. You know what I mean? That's kind of yeah, solid as fuck.
Yeah, that was fuck. I heard like a Savant influence. I don't know if you ever listen to Savant.
Not much, but I've heard of them.
This track is a lot like that. It's really fucking sick. Super technical. The only thing for me was like there's a part like kind of like in the middle-ish that the highs felt a little harsh to me. They're just hitting my ears the wrong way. I don't know if it's listening to all these tracks. But
Is that the verses you're talking about, or?
It's like just like across the board, the highs were like I don't know, like hit me the wrong way. And then in the end, like I feel like you could do a little bit more play with the hats, like with the dynamics of the hats. Like they felt like I liked how you were like doing like some like mix between like quarter notes and like 16th notes and like 30-second and stuff. But I think you could do something with the dynamics there to make it a little bit more interesting. And now I'm like yeah. Just with I don't know if you're doing probably doing MIDI just like with the velocity.
At first, yeah.
Yeah.
Like any like kind of like triggers like super fast hi hats. Does that kind of help or something?
Just like making them like that kind of make it a little bit more interesting. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Awesome. 6 hours. And then take these ranks on deck. Turn it up. Big shout out to our bartender Maria. Give her some love. She's here on the comments of our heart because my wife couldn't be here. She's working for tips, so took her well. And thanks to Purple again. Purple 33, this place is the shit. We love them, they love us. If you guys didn't know, this place goes off every weekend, Friday and Saturday, all night until like 7 in the morning. Really dope, vibe, good music every weekend. So if you're looking for something to do, and you have no clue what's going on, just show up here. There'll be tons of people spinning fire and doing cool shit.
Free, right?
It's $33.
or 25 if you're a member. 33 is not that bad for 3 rooms of music all night long nowadays, so.
That's also if you show up through the door without, it can be $25, or if you know people, it's way cheaper.
Yes. Yeah, so more people.
Or just get booked.
Who are the people?
I don't know them.
So this could probably sound better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that halftime shit was fucking badass.
Yeah.
More of that. I felt you could use like just occasionally like some rise and crashes a little more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially like crashes and to make it like floating a little. Like I know a lot of drum bass has rides and shit, kind of like ding ding ding.
Yeah.
Other than that, I feel like the drops are fucking badass, but then they kind of like go on. I get kind of lost right here, and it goes back and it's awesome again. But like this means something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To add on that, maybe just cut the sections in half a little bit,
Yeah.
shorten the track. More of that halftime drop.
Yeah.
It only does it like for like 8 bars. Do that for 16.
Because it's just the edit for the second drop.
Yeah, do that for like, hold that for a couple more bars, and maybe that second drop, cut that in half.
Yeah.
Because it repeats itself, I think 16 maybe. Or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, there's a bunch of little edits, but it's like,
I
oh,
think
this
cut
tiny hi-hat comes in.
You cut everything a little bit more of that halftime, because as
Yeah.
soon as that hit, you can see everybody like, oh, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? That's your goal right there. So.
Yeah.
Especially, dude, awesome track, by the way. Especially in the first drop, that.
Yeah.
It's a little too minimal for me. I want it to be more prominent. I want it to be a little more out there, but sound exactly the same, just louder. Which is
That's what
hard
I
to
was
do.
fighting with for a long time, because I agree with you totally, but it's 2 layers, and the upper layer like sounds great. If I turn it up, it's just like a sore thumb, and then there's the lower layer. And if I turn that up, it just gets super muddy. So it's a hard one.
So yeah, but I mean, if there's any way you can do.
I agree, because I love that element of it.
Yeah, that's cool. At least in the first drop.
Yeah.
Second drop is just like it has everything. But yeah.
Holy fuck, though. One thing I was thinking about was like kind of like a square pusher idea, where like he'll have like his kick and snare, and then he'll have like his looped drum sample that's going on, but then he'll have another layer of a drum, which is just like a ride or hi-hat that's just going and like drop it and like bring it out in and out. I feel like in your more consistent parts where your drum and bass stuff is happening, that can be very useful to drive it. So then when you take it out and you try to do like the syncopated stuff, it'll kind of like stick out more, and then just kind of have that ride thing kind of just play with the stuff like back and forth. That's like the number one thing.
Oh, that was sick. The halftime part, maybe I want it to be longer, but an idea for that, I was listening to this, Itsu, Australian D&B. I've been kind of nerding out to it recently. He has this one track that you had that kind of wet element halftime, in that halftime feel.
It's in all of it, it just stretches out really weird
Yeah,
there.
it's just really noticeable there. He does a really cool thing in this track where he has this halftime section that breaks into, it's halftime over double time, where it's like the halftime has this crowd like, but then he has this really small like micro funk kind of snare, like I don't know, like having them like superimposed on top of each other, so you still get a really heavy onset of halftime, but the back still has that just. It's really cool. You know exactly what I mean if I show you.
Yeah, no, I think that
And you probably know exactly.
Yeah.
It might not fit the rest of your style like the other songs, but I would really consider taking that halftime part and making it its own track. Like that was so fucking cool, and like if it's straight.
I might as well say it now because everyone likes it so much. I literally just automated the BPM to halftime.
It doesn't matter the root.
Do it to the whole track.
Then it will be 12 minutes.
Do it to all.
Yeah.
12 minutes.
That's 5 seconds.
Thanks, and enough said on that. No announcements. There are lots of announcements today. So the SF chapter of Producers Social has lost its venue and shut down, which is bad news. But the good news is they found a new venue in East Bay that has a function one sound system and is allowed to go super late and serve alcohol and stuff. So we now have a new chapter in East Bay. If you know people in Oakland or San Francisco and stuff, it'll be starting back up, I think, next month at this new really awesome warehouse space. So the bad news rapidly turned into good news in like an hour. So spread the word up there. It's gonna go off. Miles is still hosting it in Jedi and Sci-Fi. And hit those guys up, man. Like we want to start getting a conversation going between different cities. We're in 4 cities now. We want a lot of collaborations going on between these cities soon. So feel free to hit those guys up on their Facebook page as well.
Dude, on top of that, one of my homies goes up there, fucking first. He's fucking dope. We collaborate all the time, and he put me on this shit. So that's some truth right there. I'm taking Swanks. This is kind of short track, but it's basically mostly all mouse sounds, other than like this sub layer. So it's kind of just like a little bit of a challenge. But yeah, just any kind of feedback would be dope.
Yeah, that was sick. I think you could spend some more time matching up the rhythms. I feel like once the beat drops, things are a little displaced and weird. It's like the beat is too straight for you to loose. Like,
okay.
You know, you're like, just loosen up the piano.
That was awesome. I would personally say I'd almost like just to hear it without like the spoken word entirely, or at least if you want to have it in there, I would wait on it, like bring it in on the second part maybe, just because that beginning part I was just waiting for it to like just get the subs in there and just groove on it for a little bit, and since it all started at once, you couldn't really hear anything clearly at that point. But once you have an idea of the track, I think then if you bring the vocals in at that point, maybe it would make a little more sense.
Okay. Yeah, it's for like a cipher, so they're like trying to keep it under a minute 30. So
okay.
To make it nice
So yeah, maybe in that point, because you have it like at the beginning and the end, maybe you could put it in the middle.
Right.
Okay. But yeah, apart from that,
I just put out the first one. I think it's a good call. I'll tell you about that. I did it on like Monday, so I'm still kind of.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, that was my the vocals, the actual vocals over the mouth sounds, like when it's like super conflicting. I think if you're gonna have the vocals, cut those sounds out and use those sounds as like a chorus or like you know, like a call and response almost. Where it's like the intro, let that weird shit happen for like a couple bars, bring the vocals in, cut that shit out, and have a couple verses, and then close with that. It's kind of like somebody's talking and then somebody's going.
Both elements are super fucking awesome.
Right.
They made me giggle a lot.
Perfect.
Yeah, just separate them.
Right.
The one thing I would say is that when the bass sub sound that you have when the vocals are happening, I think there's too much like tonality to it.
Okay.
They would make it more subby.
Okay.
Just for so like when the vocals actually do want to rap over it, like I think it would help the compensation for those two that happen. That might even help the compensation for those two sounds. But I felt like because of how high it was, like just the tone of that sub sound there, it was like do 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 do. That tone was chopping over the vocals. So I feel like it's gonna be hard for them to do that.
Yeah.
But when it's on the lower level, it sounds fucking great.
Oh yeah, I've like layered a sub with it, so like I was trying to find the right amount of frequencies to let in from that like actual vocal. So I think I'm gonna play with that a little bit more and try to feel where it's gonna drop. I still got time.
You got plenty of time. I started this shit late, but that track is like.
Yeah.
usually turn the hi-hats up definitely during like the part with the vocals.
Right.
It gives a little more reverb on things.
Okay.
Just like especially percussive elements.
Okay.
And the work with all the vocals and shit going on where it's all trippy delays and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little too much.
A little too busy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
tone it down.
Yeah, definitely. Right.
Yeah, in the breakdown part, I don't know if it was like the bass frequency that felt a little weak. Like there's a part that felt like a weak compared to like the chorus.
Yeah.
Like I mean, it's like a track, dude. It had a solid groove. And just like that was like a part that I just felt like I was like, I wish there was a little bit more there. I can't put my finger on it.
Oh yeah. Right.
I was gonna say the same kind of thing. Like, it felt like a little bit like money to me, and maybe like I don't know. Do you have like a dedicated sub under that, or is it just like the lows of the synth?
Yeah, it's just like the lows on the synth.
Okay, I maybe like try putting in just like a side, and then like bypassing some of the other stuff. And then also I thought like on the 808s, you know, don't. I think it would sound cool to have a kick on each of those, because I thought the ones that didn't have a kick sounded, I don't know, for some reason didn't like punch in it. It might get repetitive, but like some kind of percussive something.
Yeah, I mean, that was like right. Cool.
Yeah, I think like I think it might have been like one of the middle parts, one of the breakdowns. Didn't seem a little muddy on the low end. Maybe the vocals, maybe there's reverb or something on the low end. Just check it out.
Was that massive you used for that detuned bass?
It was like a sample I had seen in the past. I think I was just kind of checking them out one day, and probably the.
Because you can have, because it's like 4 oscillators, right? You can have your bottom oscillator, you can route it so that it doesn't go through your effects. So that's just a straight sine wave.
Okay.
And it tends to clean it up a little bit.
Okay.
It's good to show you how.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Devin, I'm not going to try to pronounce it because I'm just going to Devin. Aviles? Close. I have a pile of flash drives up here for people who've been up here. I think this one's yours. I have a gray and black one. You guys are lucky I didn't keep that hot fire. Definitely today. Yo, bar. Thank you.
What's up, y'all? My name is Nuff Said. I'm in a hip hop group called The Third Eye. The song I brought with me tonight is called The Wake Up Call. Let me know what you guys think about it. I appreciate any feedback regarding the lyrics, flow, beat, the song in general. Appreciate any feedback, like I said. So here it goes.
That's all right, we gon' keep being us. I swear these niggas sleeping on us. Yeah, that's all right, we gon' keep being us. It's the wake up call. It's the motherfucking wake up call. You better wake up, y'all. It's the motherfucking wake up call. You better wake up, y'all. Shit, I know you fucking make me inside. So I don't touch the time. All the time, I got my back. And every time, see, I specialize in the I like the song, rapping. In the wrong, raise shit to the nearest home. I'm the masses over the wall. Fighting like Tasman. Got it
Dude, awesome stuff. Amazing production. I felt the vocals, I don't know, felt like you were like almost like trying to be quiet or almost like I think you were like singing a partner or something. And maybe you need a hook, dude. You need like some chicks like going in the
Appreciate that. Yeah, man, solid. I was just thinking as far as like production, maybe double up the hook a little or something like that. As far as the beat goes, like during the verse, maybe like some fills or some kind of like slight variations to keep it kind of interesting. But other than that, you know what I mean? I dig it how it is, but just those couple changes, you know?
I appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah. 2 notes. Snare was a little high. It was kind of blocking out some of the lyrics. Every time the snare dropped, it was hard to get a word. So just either bring the snare down, bring the vocals up a little. Definitely needs a female hook on it. It needs like a soul hook on it.
Sure.
It'll bring it. The track's long. It's super dope. I want it to be longer, and the way to make that longer is get a sexy, soulful woman to sing, or man, but like I could hear a woman's voice in that. And I know a couple singers that would be dope on that shit. If you hit me up, yeah, for sure.
Over here.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's sounding fucking great. My track's also like a rosy hip hop thing too, so like I love that. But I think maybe just like for your vocals, sometimes I kind of wanted you to like finish the word a little more, like I don't know. It's always hard for me because I always try to rap too, but like kind of just keep it carrying on and just finish that beat. But other than that, it's okay.
Jason, I appreciate it.
Tiny little things, because I enjoy that style a lot. I disagree with the vocal thing. I think you should make your hook kind of more simple, because it should just be, I feel like in my head I just hear like words, letting the beat just kind of carry it, like bringing back the words. And then the other idea I have besides vocals is more using like a crate dig vinyl sample of maybe like Sanford and Son or some random shit of like them like saying some silly shit with each other and then kind of bringing it back to you. And the third idea is in the end, I kind of wanted to hear another layer of like a drum that's just like the same break, but very thin, very thin in the mix, so it just kind of keeps that thing dry, like maybe faded out, so then the keys can actually sit, like fade out by themselves, hopefully. Because I feel like just that is just too bland. It's just like too forced.
That was really sick. I definitely agree. The snare's too hot and it conflicts with the vocals. Also, it reminds me a lot of Atmosphere, which is dope. He's fucking mad. But also, have you ever heard of a guy named Benefit?
Yes.
So Benefit does a lot, like he was talking about the crate digging samples for hooks, and it's got this real old school crispy sound to it since it's a vinyl, and it works really good. It gives the same soulful feel as some sultry vocals will, but it works really good for hooks. I could send you some Benefit shit. It fits in with what you're doing really well, but yeah, a hook and a lower snare.
Also sending a sample pack, which is crate digging kind of stuff for that kind of material. I have a lot of it, but I can't really use it.
For sure, appreciate it. We definitely have to talk.
Yeah, actually, I got like a real like East Coast hip hop like Nas vibe. Like that's super sick. I think you could even push it further, like with some kind of like vinyl crackle or something, like because you're going like old school in an era of like super new school hip hop. So like old school, if you're gonna do that, that'd be super sick.
Cool. Well, last thing, like I know, like it's been working for me when I'm writing lately. Like I would use like a reference track. So maybe set up like a big track, like you You don't have to check the style, just kind of really push it, where the hook is. Maybe I think something like that, if you reference other people's shit, it would definitely benefit. You know what I mean? So you know exactly where shit should go. You know? For sure.
We'll definitely appreciate all the feedback.
Done. If you guys want to connect with each other after this, if you look at the website, I believe afterwards it has a list of everybody's SoundCloud. And once you signed up to be on the list, everything it takes all your sound person on the website says who you're. I think it actually even says what time you played and everything. If you want to send him some shit, just look it up and his email will be there. We've been working on that because there's a lot of like mismatch and shit happening. So yeah, feel free to reach out and talk to people.
Hey guys, my name is Devin. I haven't been able to really make too much music lately, and I'm glad because I'm starting to be able to do it again. I started this track a while ago, yeah, I'm just now getting around to finishing it. And at this point in my life, I kind of want, like, I always fucking make music with myself and stuff, so I kind of want to work with more people. So if any of you guys like what I'm doing or whatever, I want to collaborate with as many people as possible. So.
They say that you'll never make it, you're down. And they try to take what you found. Well, I'll stand my ground. I can't find the reason that you want to let me out. No night screaming in the middle of a crowd. That's the situation I'm if you're lost, don't be caught up in that lost cause.
I think what really struck me was like the hook and like the chorus part. Obviously, like that was the sickest part of every track. I think it was like so well produced in that part that like the intro and the middle break, like kind of threw me off because it was like the drum samples that you're using felt a little weak to me. Like you could have been using something like a little bit more crisp.
During the verse, or you mean the hook or the drop?
So the breakdown and the intro, you're using like these drum samples, like the hi hat and the snare and the bass drum, that just felt like way more simple, which in a way like really threw me off when it dropped so heavy.
Okay.
But I don't know, it felt a little weak to me. Like maybe play around with the drum samples that you're using there.
I think you can just use the drum samples there and just kind of tame them down. It's something I like to do, and some people will agree or disagree with me, is I'll take the sample of that kick drum or that snare drum and I'll shorten it in half. So I won't get as much detail, but it just gets like the thump of it.
Yeah.
So you can still get that same thump hit, but you won't get that doo carryover with the kick sound or with the snare sound. Just shorten it out a little bit. The other thing I heard was when it dropped and you had like your fill, your turnaround, there's like a keyboard thing, something in the very this in there. I wanted to hear that more. And I felt like your low end stuff that was happening through that little like fill or turnaround thing during that drop was distracting that. So I think you should do less of that just for that little thing and let that keyboard sing out, because the style of your breakbeat stuff is so well fit in that when I hear that fourth bar and I'm still hearing all that sound there with your fill there, it's punching against each other. So I feel like somebody has to win that battle.
Okay, I see, for sure. Cool.
Other than that, fucking, like you said, the production on that is fucking awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well produced. Awesome, dude. The only thing that I have to say is before each drop, I would just add a very small up sweep of a chorus, like a reverse chorus of vocals. The main vocals, like you have the and do a very shortened version and reverse of it, like in 4 different ways. You could do octaves and fifths, and just like come up right before your drops. Yeah, just yeah,
for sure.
That'd be perfect.
One thing I think you can specifically do with the snare is because I like the punch of it, I just think it got a little bit fatiguing on the high end. If you like boost
transient shiver, you think I should take it off?
Maybe tone it down a bit. But I was even saying you could boost the like 200 hertz a lot and then just lower the volume of the whole thing, so it still is like getting that nice dubstep crack or whatever. And then also when it comes in, that second drop is super sick with the kick and the snare. Past the snare or something, because I felt like we were hitting in the mids of it too much, which gave it like a cool punch, but it was maybe just like a bit.
I see. For sure.
Who's the vocals?
Me.
Really?
Really?
Oh, really? Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, dude.
I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure. So, yeah.
Kind of the same, I guess, what he's talking about. That snare, it's sort of also like a kick top is really intense. I think it works really well during the dubstep parts where it's like really hitting hard. But in the earlier parts, it's like I think it's overdriven and too hot. And so dialing it back or using a different sample. But there's also a drum fill in there that seemed really out of place to me. Like towards the beginning, the like middle part of the beginning, there's like this drum fill that started and faded out really quick. So I don't know if that was
claps.
No, it was like it sounded like a drum fill was coming in.
Oh yeah. I was trying to put a delay on a snare just like I had something there. It's too much.
I think either that should be taken out or put in something that actually leads to something happening.
Okay.
Because it's like
I see.
Anticipating something's gonna happen and nothing
Yeah.
happens.
Okay.
And the drop was like 2 hours later or something.
For sure. Thanks.
That is an awesome track.
Thank
Dude, I loved it. It was so good. I felt like maybe like dial up the release on the side chains a little bit because it felt like it was like a lot of staccato stuff throughout the whole thing, but maybe at the drop just like dial up the release of the side chains so it would go like like
More side chain or less?
Yeah, more.
You ducking out more and shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, thanks guys.
Awesome stuff.
Jared, just Jared.
Just Jared.
Dude, you
And Corey after that. Corey was on deck.
like some kind of something.
No, no, regular seating.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not Facebook. Right now, whatever.
All right, so I just started this track on Saturday. It was really just an idea. It's only gonna be like a couple minutes. Threw out pretty much the whole thing, but for now, I just left him for a little tiny part for context. So I gotta re-record him and I'm gonna rewrite him, all that jazz. Y'all looking real pretty out there tonight. Whoop, there it is.
Shit. I think it's the second one. It might not be though. Judging by the length, it's the second one. That's it.
Badass, dude. just one thing that that dry female vocal. Is it one track where she's like, oh yeah, and it's chopped up too?
Yeah.
So in some of the tracks, okay, the only part, how do I say this? In the whole track, I would put more reverb or some kind of delay verb.
Yeah.
Like mix of both. The only part that sounded perfect was toward the end when it went from that track to the that toward the end. So it was like a reverb fade out. It was perfect.
Yeah.
And it should stay like that. But that whole track, it seemed a little too dry for me, especially.
Okay, there's 2 reverbs on it.
Really?
Yeah, but I dialed them back a little bit. This is a little too wet. I'm gonna re-record the vocals and reprocess. So.
All right. Good track.
It was, yeah, really good. Really fun. A couple of notes. One is that you had some stuff going on with sub frequencies that were, there was like a standing low rumble, and then there was also at times what I thought was like a gap in the EQ frequency, like in the middle section of the song with this really great beat, but it was lacking like a lower part of the sub, not the super low, but like say,
like 200, 300.
Yeah, somewhere around that area. So. But you have it in other parts. Like there, you have that really awesome synth, the bass synth sound that's used in other parts that fills that space. So I would say maybe work on that arrangement with those elements.
Okay.
And EQ. And do you have a sub pack or access to one? No.
A sub pack? Like, no.
Because I think it really helps you dial in the low end. But you can look at it with frequency sound.
All right.
Sopac, Producers Social, sponsored by Sopac.
You should make everybody listen to their own song. Where they
We're working on it. It's a lot of putting things on.
But Jared, you can listen to your song again on with the headphones like on that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll use the Sopac real quick, but hit me up after. I'll set you up in the back.
Yeah, it's just kind of going to build on that, but I thought there was too much conflict between the kit and the sub, like the real low subs, like just kind of made it rumble a little bit. So it's almost like something where, like at the very end, there's that part that's like do. You could almost like put the sub on the 2 and the 4 or whatever. So it's like do. I think would sound cool. I know it's kind of like an outro thing, I guess, but like some thinking on that level, I think would help.
Okay, cool. That's it. Sweet. So, cool.
Thank you. Clones up next and Asteroids and Earthquakes. This motherfucker's old school. He bought a CD.
That's right.
You're the first person who's ever brought a CD to this.
I like to be different.
That's good. I respect it. I don't think I have any more announcements for you guys. Sorry.
Producers brunch.
I already planned. Yeah, we'll have a producers brunch. I already said it, but I'll say it again. Give us something about that.
San Diego.
I already said that.
Hi here. What's up, guys? It's Corey. I don't have a new track. This is like, it's not that old, but it's from like a couple of months ago, probably 2 months ago. I have it's not a great mix. So I'm looking for feedback on the mix and the mastering as well. The mastering, I actually don't like the mastering at all. So yeah, check it out.
That's all.
Yeah, that was cool. I think I really like the lullaby shit, and like it's very like contrasting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's and the A shit fucking badass. Whatever that patch is, I'd love to be able to use that shit. That's awesome. The like when you do your glitch shit, I feel like you kind of just like copy and paste it 4 times.
Oh yeah.
I think you
Yeah,
need
yeah.
like little variations in that to keep it
Gotcha.
interesting. You
Yeah,
know.
cool.
So that's the main thing that I noticed. And kind of like the second verse or whatever you call it, that was kind of the melody was hovering on top of the glitch shit. It was kind of fighting it. So I think you could tone down either one and give one of those more presence. Probably the glitchy stuff and bring down the melody. Maybe take it away even. I don't know. Just kind of thin it out so the glitch stuff has prevalence.
Okay, cool.
That was awesome. It was a really epic sound. I love it. My only note was at the end, the last chorus, I felt like you could take it up to another level and not changing the melody at all, but maybe considering doing like some chorded versions.
Like an octave or something, or?
Octave, if it can handle that. But it just felt like, I mean, it's awesome, but it felt like we'd already been there. And like, it'd be like
Okay,
another
gotcha.
level of
Good
like
call.
intensity
Okay.
at that point.
Thank you.
But great job.
Thanks, man.
Really dug the overall Set of Minds vibe, like super love the style. And I love your choice of the kick and snare sample. One thing that stood out to me was like during the intro and kind of like the bridge where there was like the bells. It felt like a little bit too loud to me, like almost like you like compressed the whole track, and then because like the drops like sound so dense and like nice, but then when it's spread out more, kind of like I don't know, not like a
I
little.
think I have some
continuous.
mastering issues too. Like,
Just like rock, you could almost just automate the volume down. I think even in those parts, I think it would just let it breathe even a little bit more.
That was, I really love that. Especially like the part where it quieted way down, because I feel like with this kind of music, it's so maximal all the way through with a lot of tracks that just having the contrast makes, it was great. And I think when you got that, when after the software, you come back into like the big worst part, I guess. I guess the way in which you could take it to the next level is whenever I hear stuff like that, I always envision this like pitch-eater line over it's kind of going you have to kind of like wave in and out, and I don't know, it kind of like it adds like glittery feel to it. Or bring it in halfway through the drop, because that would just
maybe a combination of like bringing up an octave and then just
I mean, like, you know, RPG. There's a lot of potential with it, but it's like it's a little ear candy like that, where you know it makes it worth it to listen to the end of the track because it's different. You're like, oh, you know, that little extra bit of like.
Along those lines, I kind of feel like you're with the 80s feel of it. I feel like you could lean a little harder into the more synthwave stuff and more like outrun with arpeggios that sound much more 80s and get deeper into it.
Some synth pop in there.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird, like darker, like 80s revival that's now just sounds nothing like the 80s actually did. But yeah, Pittsburgh is a good example.
Play it again, but louder.
Thanks, guys.
Astros. Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi, David. Astros earthquakes. I love you. Hey, you should come to our show tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
All right, tomorrow night, Synaptic and Table Productions are going to be throwing a show 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. So if you have an early night, you can come. If you want to get weird, which you fucking should, because it's going to get fucking weird. It's going to go to 4 a.m. I'm playing, Demoth is playing. We have another Producer Social guy that couldn't make it because he's preparing for the set tomorrow. Namu is playing, also runs Fuzzy Puddles. Then we have some crazy, batshit insane shit. Bob shot it, I don't know. If you like weird stuff, do it. Do it.
Hunter S. Thompson's gonna be there?
Yes.
Batshit and crazy, insane shit.
All right, we'll play the track. I played this track over a month ago, but it was way different and not mixed like this. And it's gonna be on my EP that I just got fucking signed, which I'm super pumped for. But it's not done still. There's some mixing things, and I need to figure out how to get the first half more interesting. It doesn't vary up any ideas really for that work. Other than the sub not there. What's up?
What's up?
Yeah.
So
Too low. It is there. Unfortunately.
the intro. You started with that like 4/8, just like with ya, like just like the whole song. I would start a little slower, like a more like even 1/8 kind of, and then 2/8, 4/8, 6/8, and just like a build up, kind of like with a synth. It's like, and then into like that groove that you have.
Yeah. So when the sub changes key and you hear it for a couple notes, that's how loud the sub is. It's just in a low key. Which I might have to just transpose this whole thing.
Well, up the
I think it's
do it's like to 150 if you have to. D? I
It's
do D
low.
all the time.
It bumps on a big old system, but it's not no brainer.
Yeah, go up 120 hertz and less. Just pump it. Like literally raise that shit and then cut it out of every other synth.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
I feel like the track is like a puzzle or whatever, right? Like it's half done, but then there's other pieces that are like kind of stringed together like this. You know what I mean? Basically, I feel like you know that melody that you have towards the end. I feel like that should be a motif throughout that starts in the beginning, but you can kind of tie those pieces together to make them those bass sounds melodically follow that melody, because I feel like it's just kind of like random pieces, right? But if you just kind of make them within the pitch and follow that main frame, it'll kind of tie it together and give it a sense of like unity.
I was gonna say the exact same thing, pretty much. Just like some of those awesome like synth line parts, if you just like chop them up and like low pass a couple like clips of them just scattered in the beginning. And also with the sub, you can maybe try, like, I'm sure it's probably something you have already, but like saturating the like second harmonic of it or something like.
I think it's the key, because honestly, I've heard this track, like I played this out with like functions. And it's not that it's not there, it's just figure out if it's too low for this particular setup or
He's only
for
gonna
most.
35.
What?
They cut off about 35 hertz.
Really, this one?
Yeah. No way. Yeah, they're about 30 hertz.
That's fine. I'm not trying to blame it on that, but I
That's
hear
my
this stuff in
ear
other places.
from this.
No, it doesn't because.
Snip cell.
With another person's
I feel like that idea is to take the track and kind of have it almost build over time.
Yeah.
Like, because he's kind of saying you kind of get to this place, but you don't have it anywhere, and you kind of need to tease it earlier. I think a cool way to like not have that groove early and have the entire song working towards the whole thing. So you start, because you have so many rhythmic elements. Just find the simplest groove you can in there, and then just keep adding things until by the end of the track you have this huge thing that's just like a monster.
Yeah.
I think that could be super cool. Maybe a save as, branch it through every song.
Yeah.
I'm gonna agree with that because the cool thing about the song is that you never anything ends in the song. Like you always know where the groove is, you always know where everything is placed, and it still feels natural. But I agree with what he was saying, and that the bass sound that you're using for all your ideas, maybe simplify more in the beginning and grow to there, because you hear that from the very beginning to the very end for the entire track, and it drives the track in this kind of line. I don't really think any of the mixing stuff is fine, but I think the mixing stuff to me is fine. I think that to me was more distracting, is that there wasn't any breathing room. There wasn't any time for breathing room. It was always like, and you always felt that groove there, and it never really had a place for it to just like relax, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I'm very upset, right?
Sorry.
This all right, who's next? Zimbu's next.
Zimbo, you're next.
That's Zimbu's track.
It actually is.
Disney remix.
Hey guys, you probably don't know what I'm saying. So I've been on this like really long drive of just kind of fucking around with the same kind of sound, but continuing to change it each time I create a new song. I'm really satisfied with this one. I think I'm gonna be actually sending this out for a release fairly soon, if not beginning of next year. But my idea is to get more input on mixing mostly. I don't know how loud things are. I don't know if things are punching too hard or whatever. But yeah, let me know what you guys feel.
Dude, that was one of the heaviest
Yes.
things I've ever heard. That was like my sugar heavy. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah, right? Sugar
Dude, that
heavy.
was one of my favorite things I've heard ever.
Yes. No, it was funny. The thing I was going to suggest, you actually started doing in the song, which I thought was great. So, but I was gonna say, like, you need to put some little, like, square pushery, like, tinkly drum shit.
Yeah, and I was gonna use drums for that, but then I found a little weird glitchy thing, so I thought
that worked great. So I guess the
What
only
do you
thing
guys
I would
think of like the snare and the hi hat and cymbal
I think
kind of balance?
the hi-hats were perfect.
Do you think like
I love it.
I thought they were a little bitey.
They were a little, but I kind of what I was
like
thinking with like the drum sample is, you could since right now it's just really chopped and really short and really scary. You could let it breathe, like have like a little section of it, like and like every now and then have it cut back in.
Okay.
Just to like have like the original source material, so people then see like what you did with it.
Okay.
But I don't know. Apart from that, like right in the last bit, I was imagining this like kind of higher tone in there, like a choir sound or like a really freaky high pad.
Okay.
It just goes like.
Yeah. Okay. I'm definitely gonna.
It would sound like really tense and like almost like horror.
Yeah, no. I actually really like
I think that'd be sick. But apart from that,
yeah.
Can you bring in like another sample from that song? Like I would like to hear like I'm sorry, like in the middle of that.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't put the.
Well with the baby mom.
I want a good film.
Yeah.
And I'd love to hear like a VIP version of this, because how huge it is. I just wanted like take each element and over distort it and get kind of like the broken note vortex sound out of it and just get that like distortion out of everything. And I feel like you can get a really interesting other song out of this.
The funny thing is, I did that, and like
Was it awesome?
it was awesome, but I was like, I don't think this is necessary. But I will fuck with the VIP version. That's fucking awesome.
That was pretty good.
Yes, because he is.
Yeah, it was amazing.
the only thing is like when the bass first comes in, like something maybe it just needs to be raised up, or like just the mid-rangey ones, they don't come out quite as edgy as they could.
Okay, yes, I hear that. Cool.
I was gonna kind of build on that. So I think you could turn mid-rangey, like really bitey, whatever FME sounding things, and then sidechain them harder, so you can get them bigger, but not, overloading.
Cool.
You could throw one more baby mama towards the end, I feel like.
Baby's mama's mama's mama's.
Oh, you know what? That's a good idea too.
Yeah. Also, what's in your Pacifico and Wisconsin?
It's Pacifico, and you want this?
There's gotta be something
You need
else.
to edit so it says baby's mama's 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 mama's. Hydra.
Hydra!
Hail Hydra. Look at me.
Yes.
I'm gonna need help.
Sure.
I don't use CDJ.
Do I have any more announcements? I had something else. I can't remember. I'll talk to you in a second.
Okay. Basically, I'm taking more of a orchestral approach to electronic music. So this track has my vocals, if anyone wants to collaborate. My vocals, live violin, live piano. And I'm in the process of writing an album. No one's really heard this yet, so anything you tell me, I'm open to. It's been mixed and mastered with Simple Ozone. So yeah. Here we
Yeah, I was really interested, like especially with the cellos and shit like that. I think I don't know. It depends, I guess, what your goal is. But I feel like towards the end, right? I felt like the song needed a well-defined hook, which you kind of had in and out. But towards the end, right, where you start to go off with the vocals, it starts to feel like almost like a verse. Now, if you took that and like put it to the other parts, and then took that part, and then if I could save you, and then have another little part, and make that a chorus, and have that throughout the song, and introduce elements as you have, I think it would tie everything together to make it really more cohesive. But I feel like it's kind of lacking that that togetherness. But it's
Yeah,
really,
more
the
of a
parts are fucking cool.
Verse chorus structure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you're going for. Are you going for that, or are you going for like?
Not so much in this album, but it's something I could consider if you think it would make it stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Along those lines, I felt like the arrangement could have more variation to create more contrast. You have, like, all the elements are really amazing and they're great to listen to, but it goes on for quite a long time, like not too long with the beat, and to have some breaks in there where, like when you did the breakdown where it goes into more instrumental stuff, I love that. I would love to hear more of that earlier on.
Yeah, I have been thinking about taking various measures out to shorten it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
First thing is your voice is amazing. It's a very easily remixed song. So like, you know, anyone who wants to remix it, it's like you should put it out there and see what everyone has to offer. Secondly, with the variant beat, yeah, I would do a little bit variation in the beat. But other than that, it's very well structured actually as a song in total. And you have like the build up, nice, awesome outro by the way, and nice bridge, just like perfect choruses, and just like it's all there, just minimal, and which just makes it more
it's
able to
super minimal.
remix.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, it's cool. It's really good.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in line with what Steven said. Firstly, like it sounds a lot like some stuff I'm making, but like on the saw that's side chaining and filtered, kind of opening and closing, that bass is just rolling. I do this too. Like I'll just like love to just like hear it over and over, but then once like you put it in a setting where it's like other people are listening to it, it's like feels like it gets a little older quicker.
Right.
So maybe like even just delete the time, that could be a quick way to like, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take some,
just take
some measures out.
Yeah, and then, yeah.
It was awesome. I come from like food scoring background, so I love.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into that actually.
It's amazing. Yeah, we should definitely get into that. And my only problem was, for me, it needed a third chord. It was like, But the whole thing, maybe like going to like a breakdown and going to like four minor or whatever, like going to like some other place and not come back to it. That would be a song.
Okay,
Awesome stuff.
cool. Thanks, guys.
DJ Freer, and then Dream Life on deck.
Can we announce the wormhole thing yet?
Thank you guys again for coming out on a Wednesday and staying late. I know you guys still have to work in the morning. We really appreciate it.
All right, guys, what's up? I'm DJ Frew. Due to technical difficulties, I haven't been able to make music for a little while, so I don't have anything new. So I'm just gonna play something a little older that I've made. I've been getting a lot into like BPM changes lately, and so this has got like a very mild BPM change. But if you have any suggestions as to like what you would have done differently, or anything I could do if I were to do this type of track again, I'd love to hear it. All right, so what's up?
I don't know the genre genre too well, so I don't really have much of a point of reference, but I feel like a snare kind of cut through a little more, layered on top of what you had, would kind of would help, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of, since I made this a while ago, I can't quite remember, but I don't think it was an actual snare noise.
Yeah, it sounded like a synth.
It wasn't a synth, it was from a sample pack, and I layered it with something. But yeah, I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I think
Just something like
a little bit sharper in there.
sharper and like fatter too.
For sure.
I loved it. I do listen to Psytrance quite a bit.
You should more.
I
Get
love
other
it.
people to do it.
This is super awesome. I do feel that you could enhance it more with, particularly in transitions.
Mhm.
I noticed in the beginning you had a long section where you were building up the energy of adding things, but there was no real break in it. And I think you were to add like a drum fill, like a short.
Yeah, that's the one thing I kind of wish I did.
You did
on this one. I mean, like it was like I did little like kick.
You had one in the second part.
Yeah,
That
I
was
get.
awesome.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. More of that.
That is what I would have. That's
Because
what
you
I
have
would've
the
done.
energy building, and there's just particularly when you come up with new drum things, it's great to create that little break, and then you come in like even harder. And then there was another point too in the second half where it was like you started drifting out, but then drifted all the way and came back in. And I think you put some more time in there, even though the track is pretty long, isn't it? So
yeah,
yeah, that's
for sure. Great stuff. Thanks, man.
I think something that'd be super cool is because in general it's a bit of a spacier feel.
Mhm.
I feel like you could do some interesting stuff with like recordings of airs and like kind of nature recordings, but not of birds and stuff, but just like have a background that you're setting it in that just makes you feel like you're outside.
Kind of like
Just like
materialize.
when you're outside and there's nothing going on, but you can hear it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like
And
you can
environment
record that
noise.
and you can lay it in, and I feel like for the spacey stuff that would really make it feel nice and like an actual environment that you're hearing that in instead
I
of
could
just
definitely
like
do that.
this clean thing.
Awesome. Anything else?
It was dope.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Oh, yeah. Sound good, Amanda.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Is it fine? You want to make a little thing about sex, or you want me to? You probably know more about it than I do.
If you have an iPhone, download Sesh. So you can rent out your gear and make money. And you rent other people's gear and play with it. And recording studios and stuff. It's totally blown up.
It's a game changer.
Yeah, totally.
You did not do that.
It's really cool.
You did not do that justice.
I know. That's it.
What's up, guys? My name's Streamline. This track is kind of a work in progress for sure. It's only been like one session on it. I was working a lot on synth design and just kind of threw it together in like a 4 a.m. session. So any way to like kind of mix it together, it's not mixed fully, stuff like that. So.
The big shit is obviously it's all cool, you know. I feel like just like the hook or whatever you want to call it, could just use like some kind of melody that, you know what I mean. It's cool. The rhythm is there. The foundation. It's like no lead guitar kind of, but there's the rhythm.
Right.
You know, it's just missing that little element.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
I think it needs a little bit more hi-hatty stuff. I think it's a little too open. I think you can like explore like doing little spigots or like spurts of like hi-hat, like 16-note kind of things. But I feel like with that groove being so like nonchalantly fat like that, and not having anything else to like fill in the space that help the drive, it just kind of it feels like I'm just rowing a boat to this instead of like getting really, really deep and significant with it. Right. But that fucking mix is hard as fuck.
That was sick. I think what would really add a little bit more to it is that your little your little fills that you go in, like your little breaks from the bass drop really need to be punched out more and like kind of separate yourself, bring yourself, like suck you out of the dimension, bring you back in.
Okay.
So other than that, everything sounds pretty fucking good. Other than that, but yeah, your fills, more or more of the fills.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, it's a great track, man. The snare that you have when it starts off, you use like a little bit of reverb, I think.
Okay.
A little more. Yeah, crazy, awesome, like sample thing that you have, like that was what I was waiting to hear in the first drop, but you didn't bring it into like the second half of it.
Right.
Maybe like the first two you don't need, but like at some point like sooner.
Okay.
Fucking great mix. It did have a lot of open space.
Yeah.
And
There's a lot more I want to add to it.
the only, I mean, like, my main suggestion is a reverse kind of like Piccolo Pete firecracker. You know, like the, but like reverse. It's like just like at the right frequencies in your drop. And right behind everything else, it would just add that background of like a reverse alarm kind of like Piccolo Pete sound.
Okay.
Yeah. So that'd be cool.
I thought it was really good. I personally like the space, and I like how there was no melody. It reminds me of like some old Distance, like you heard Night Vision by Distance.
Yeah.
Fucking love that shit. I think it was really on point.
Thank you.
So I thought it was really tight how you had a bass that was really similar to one of the basses you used in the other track, but kind of expanded on it a lot.
Right, yeah, that's basically what I did.
It shows like good growth and stuff like that. Maybe I'm not sure if it was just me, it sounded like the second half of the bass was like a little bit quieter.
Okay.
Just straight volume, really nothing else.
Yeah.
And maybe a way to fill up the mid, but still be using your bass is just maybe use some of those kind of raunchy noises on like a pitch drop.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
When the bass first came in, he leaned to me and said, "I'm on Tobin," and I was already thinking that right then too, because the bass is very simple. The feel of it is very similar to Sunhammer, the song with Noisier.
Okay.
And I think if you could bring in some of that percussion, of just like the really complex, really good percussion, I think it could just like next level everything in it, because that bass is so cool on its own.
Cool. All right.
I have a comment. I really like the vocals. I really like the part where it like comes in really quickly, come on, and it holds my interest. Like I'm really interested, and then I kind of start to lose interest towards the end of the song. So maybe if you drop like a tiny bit of vocal into the end right there, it would just keep my interest.
Sure.
The same thing. Yeah, some melody for the last one.
I think I've already closed. I'd say.
Thanks, guys.
Shall we begin Akiosi? Probably should have not. Oh my god. I
think you should just stop.
All the kicks with the snares are every time.
Hey guys. Hey, my name is Matt. Artist name's All Good. Last month is my first month here, and you guys just like totally inspired me. So I went home and wrote this track. Really like jazzy hip hop songs, so I figured why not do one myself. So got my friend, the female, to record the vocals, and then all the rest is me. And that's kind of like experiment for me. So anything about production or pretty much anything, feedback would be good. Thanks. So sit back. Comments? Yeah, what's up?
Dude, awesome. Super
Thanks.
groovy. Yeah, I like that. I like all the elements you had in it. Two things. Well, the one thing that definitely stuck out to me is I felt like your kick wasn't quantized in a way where it was straight, because there were times when the double hits were really close, and then there were times when the double hits were farther apart. I feel like you really need to choose one that you really want more.
Yeah,
because I feel like it draws out a sense of inconsistency to it when the track is already really good as it is. I would suggest keeping them longer, just going instead of like really close to each other.
Totally, kind of swing it a little more.
Yeah. But like again, like try not to like vary it a little bit too much. The other thing I heard was I felt like you could bring up your snare a little bit, or maybe add a layer to that, and possibly add percussion to it. The only thing that you have to worry about with that is trying to mix it with the other instruments that you have to make sure they don't really like fight each other. But I feel like that element will help the drive a little bit, like maybe even like little Congo samples that kind of like keep the drive with the drums that are already happening.
Cool, totally. Yeah, my friend said the same thing, like add breaks and stuff. So I was, experimenting more with that and trying to,
more.
Appreciate it.
More. Absolutely.
And back.
I would really like to hear some like guitar strumming with it.
Cool.
I think it kind of like jive it up a little bit more. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I love the horns and stuff. That was good.
Right on, thanks. Awesome, thanks. Yeah, John.
Yeah, it was a good track, man. The kick thing, I definitely agree, like with quantization. Also, like some of the stuff with like the velocity, I think like maybe some other percussive elements to do that kind of thing instead of just the kick. It might get that sound that you're looking for a little more easily. And the other thing is the organ, I think, had a little too much low end and it kind of lends up the mix. But other than that, so.
Totally, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I feel like I wish I could have heard the vocals a little bit more in some parts. Most important part of hip hop is usually the vocals. Really focus on that and the kick and the snare, obviously, but maybe do some surgical EQing with the instruments that are going on at the same time as the voice, because they're loud enough. Because when they're by themselves, they're really loud, but some stuff gets in the way.
Totally, I think it's in the way. Cool, thanks. Yeah.
Going back to the kick and snare mixing ideas, maybe I feel like that kick was a little heavy for that track. All the elements that you had going on, it was really fat. And I also like the breaky ideas that you had with the kick, and I feel like you can utilize that maybe like putting like a high pass on it that's just getting higher and higher in the end, and then adding a reverb that's coming up with dry line with it, so then you can kind of just tag it off, so that kind of slaps.
Yeah.
But I feel like the kick itself was a little heavy. Maybe either replace it or mess around with the EQing to make sure like not a lot of boom and woof sound is coming out in the end, because I think that's the one thing that's really distracting from the vocals.
I totally heard that too. Like listening to it on the system, it's a cool thing to hear in a different space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. About the kick being too much for this track, I kind of disagree. And I just think maybe a little lower in volume potentially, or certain other kicks that aren't necessarily the main punch, like either adjust the velocity and the decay of them a little bit. But I don't think it's necessarily too big because I do have a feeling people are really going to be, this kind of track is not really going to be bumped necessarily on this kind of system. People are going to be bumping in their car or bumping in like, yeah, or bumping boom box it, whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't replace the gig. I just maybe edit it a little bit.
Cool, thanks. Alright, you'll see then new data on deck. Thank you guys for sticking around. We're getting towards the end of the list. Thanks again to Purple for putting up with all us crazy people on Wednesday night, sticking around late. We are still looking into doing an East Side Producers Social. We're still the venues there. We're just trying to work some things out. They currently have no seats. They have nowhere for people to sit. But as soon as we figure out that problem, we're going to be starting to do one on the East Side as well. So.
Speaking of that venue, Saturday night, I'm the secret headliner at the Yo Mama's house. So come through. It's like 2 to 3 a.m. And it's like heliotropes and Noros. Yeah. You're having a good time. You just know the fucking rules, right? Alright. Yeah, I fucking love this shit. It's so productive. Get music done. I kind of slacked on this one, Birmingham and all that, but I'm happy I came. This new screen looks fucking dope too. Like professional. Askways is making his way. Who's up? Me?
Hey, did you have the laptop on you? We need to bounce something to MP3 real quick.
There's no room on my laptop. Literally, won't even.
No. Yeah, we're just going to go next one. We need somebody with a laptop just he has waves and it's not reading on my computer. So we just need to bounce it to MP3 and we're just going to go to the next person. It doesn't need waves. Alright, try to sort that out and then we'll just put you on next. New data. Is new data here? Calling new data. No new data. Fluctuating frequencies. Is there somebody here by the name of fluctuating frequencies? Hey, that's you. Come on up. You're up.
This guy's really good
I actually went way too.
It should work. His for some reason his flash drive just wasn't reading. Hey, if that doesn't work on his computer, we have one up here too. We can try.
So what's up, guys? Fluctuating frequencies. It's here a couple months ago. Really liked it. Ended up finishing the track, put it on a compilation with a couple other guys from here. Stock Arts and Lou. Dream Life, a couple other people. So we'll see if this one makes it to another one.
That was sick. I always love your bass sound and all that. Your arrangement is right, I think. Snare needs to hit. It's getting lost. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously there. It just needs to really pack a punch, I think. Even like a mid-range layer and then just volume, like simply just volume. I think the snare's right. But then, yeah, that outro sound you had there, I think you could maybe even have a little section in the middle where you touch on that a little bit, because it was really cool. It's like almost like an engine shutting down or something.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool vibe. It fits the song perfectly. I think it'd be cool to touch on it a little bit more.
Okay, yeah, maybe in the breakdown or something.
Something like that, yeah, but dope. I love it.
Just the first part, I'd like to hear maybe something extra, just something small, because it's just basically the kick, snare, and that bass. I like how the second part you start adding these little tiny elements, maybe something just less extreme as that, maybe something just to keep it a little more interesting. Because like that second drop came in, I was like, oh yeah, this is super nice. And that first part was a little bit, it felt like it was like missing something.
Okay, I in my head I kind of had it flipped, so that's why I put a lot more work in the second, and then I kind of got more variations. So I'll come back to the first part.
Yeah, just a little bit, not as much as the first part, but like that little like that you did, like that you would use it once, maybe like use that.
Yeah, that was the I wish. Yeah. Anything else?
In the first section, you had that bass line riding for a long time,
yeah.
And I really enjoyed it, but there might have been like two minor places where cutting out like an eighth note of space or like 1 beat of space, and then dropping it right back at me, and wouldn't let me like just digest what you've given me to eat, which is a giant meal of bass.
Give a little space for a bass in your face.
Yeah. Like second. Other than that, I agree, structure dope, bass design dope. I'll play that one out when you're done.
Yeah. Let's make that nice.
Yeah, you love it. Maybe you might. I don't know. I don't think you might. That would be a different kind of astrid stuff. Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah. That's it.
Everybody on Office side, I've been messing around some new styles, so this is a little like future-based marshmallow type thing. And unfortunately, I haven't had the use of my stuff, so I'm personally going to be listening to a lot in that area, but the arrangement is like non-existent kind of, so any feedback would be awesome.
Thank you, Mom. Already parted.
All right, so we'll talk about
Little technical difficulties. Well, anyone got any? So with Kadi? That isn't it, right? So, okay, awesome. That would be something else. What's
I
up?
like the vibe of the track, the whole intro, and then when it actually dropped, it caught my attention like a really good way. I was really excited about it. Maybe like a slight little mini thing you can do with the vocal right before that happens, like that makes it lift up and then it drops.
Okay,
That
sure,
could be a cool
yeah.
idea. Then you have this main synth melody that's very much like a vocal. It's like and it goes through the pitches, and that sounds really nice, but I almost thought like a real vocal there instead of that would sound great, and then have it mimicked in the electronic version later.
Okay,
That might be
sure.
a cool way to develop the track. You could use
I couldn't tell if there's like, it was too many of that vocal chop, I guess. I should probably change up some of them.
I think, yeah, that's how I felt, and that's what I got with Fix It.
Okay, cool.
I actually, that was my favorite part of the track, was the girl, the way you actually chose the melody for that and the sound together were like top notch. I think it actually has a lot of mainstream appeal because of that. Because it's like, it's
Right, it's kind of poppy,
yeah, but
in
it's
a way,
good,
yeah.
but without being cheesy though too.
Cool, good.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was worried about, but.
No,
I would love to hear like a file save as and the dubstep remix, like your old school style.
It's in progress. Yeah, like I said, I kind of wanted to I don't know, take a break from just you probably spend so many hours in sound before it's you gotta breathe a little bit. I don't know.
I kind of almost wanted to hear a synth layer with the bass. Not a lot, but just enough to just give it some warmth. I just felt like the context between the synthy vocal part that we had in the bass, I felt like there's still so much room that wasn't really.
That's true, yeah, it really only is melodies. There
It's
isn't
only
like,
that, and so I felt like maybe, even if you mimicked what the bass was doing with another synth, portable synth, that can somehow just add frosting to it.
Yeah,
Instead
sure.
of actually just building a whole new element that's too much.
Right, yeah, that's kind of, where I've been struggling, just coming from dubstep, where it's just, you want that huge bass.
One of those
kind of,
feature bass synth things and just kind of mod it with that. It don't make it super cheesy.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, just put frosting.
Sure. Anyone else?
The snare and the clap kind of overwhelmed me a little bit and took away a little context.
I agree, yeah.
So maybe if you turn down the highs and give the snare a little bit of body, that way you can turn the snare down, but it still be present.
Yeah.
It's really high.
I think I kind of want to add in one of those future bassy pot and pan snare things. You know that song?
Do it.
No? Yeah, I'd try it out at least. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for listening.
Welcome back. It's been a while.
I fixed it by throwing it onto mono. That is so weird. Yeah, check it out because it worked. New Theta. Is New Theta here? No, Star Fox.
I believe Star Fox is the last person on the lineup that's actually here. So.
Show me the Star Fox. Show me the Star Fox.
Yeah,
check this out.
What was that? I know. I've been saying it in my head for too long.
Oh, it might get too bad.
Oh, extra information on the compilation. To submit to the compilation, there's a spot on the website, right? It's open. There's a spot on the website that you can just, it has all the information. You can just fill it out, throw your track in there, and it'll upload straight to my inbox. Please reach out to other producers and work on something. We're really trying to encourage people to get together because it's been happening a lot in the last couple months and some really cool shit's been happening. So we're trying to make that happen. And it's not just closed to LA. If you guys know people at other Producers Socials in Santa Cruz, San Diego, or anywhere, you can work with them as well. They just have had to go to at least one Producer Social. Or if there's somebody that you want to work with and they haven't been, bring them next month. You have 1 month after that.
This is all people that have on the show. I'm gonna play media.
Wait, should we Hey, Steven, how do I get out of this? We have to use your laptop. No problem.
Oh, that's technical difficulties. My laptop's being moody.
Anytime I work,
I know, this work. Too high.
What do you want to use?
We're just gonna play on this last track.
Oh, okay.
I'm fired up. And I said, Kevin should be fired for like a Halloween party.
Alright.
Like,
I think it's gonna open up in.
I'll just.
Somewhere.
Hey guys, I'm Kevin. I go by Star Fox. I've got a new EP coming out with this guy, one of the founders of Producers Social, the producer himself. We got 3 songs and some remixes on an EP that's coming out. Also, Dream Life, I got another 3-song EP. And last week I got confirmed on a label release, which is cool. My first record release track. Outside of that, I'm just gonna play the music, and then since it's almost over, we'll just play it out. Maybe I can play one more song after that. Hopefully, you can comment after. Thank you.
My man. Playing tricks on us. Shadow tricks? Shadow tricks.
Oh, that's the one.
Is the audio out? It's the audio configuration.
Yeah.
Oh. Is it good in the settings?
You want to come back here?
Of course, the last track of the night has to be
Special.
special. It's because I'm involved.
Yeah.
With everything.
Of course, you just go down.
That wasn't
Louder.
What'd you do, Kevin? Every time you touch the mic. Come on.
Well, thanks for listening, guys. The last one is going to be on my next album coming out on Christmas. It's got a lot of work to do. It's going to be a glitch album, kind of like I did last year. So any feedback you have in that genre outside of when we're here, like on Facebook and stuff, hit me up. Let me know.
I got this new tune I'm gonna play. It's a pigeonhole remix. No, totally. Check.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna play a song. Me and Dylan are going to have a new track coming out, and this remix that just got done is just gnar, and I'm gonna play it because it's awesome. It's by Pigeonhole. You gotta check it out.
That's right. Everybody have a question and bring that back in.